Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, we have a long day of blendering. So much blendering. And probably a lot of learning gonna have to happen along with it. So, y'all got a long day of drawing? Ooh. Hopefully you enjoy that. I would not. Let's see. Oh, playlist. This is way too upbeat for the very start of stream. Come on. Calm down. Calm down. Let's do our startup so I can get going. Not like this, playlist. Not like this. Let's see. What do we even have to do in Uwa today? I think might be back to basic dailies. Oh, you guys can't see my head bobbing up and down, so I'll have to do this instead. Just a little dancing along with the music. All right. Daily quest. It's Sunday. Do not need to do this. I don't think. Oh, I didn't do any daily quests for this. Oh no! Well then I definitely don't need to do it today, because that ship has sailed. There's no chance of me completing that this week. Alright. That's right, because the battle pass started halfway through the week. Some of these I'm not able to do. That's unfortunate. Alright. Tacit Fields. I feel like doing this one. Secretly, I don't care to do Tacit Fields today, but that's our rate up, so...
Administering first
Okay. Are we almost done? Works. That prep for the next rotation. Turtle, why did you move? You were in perfect position so I could take you all out with 2 combos. Okay, skill. Charge. And final one. I should probably do one more after this though. Just to spend all the weight plates. Turtle, you are the worst. All right. I'm assuming... Oh, no, I don't have 60 left, so don't have to do another one. Good. Done with dailies. Okay, need to get 2,000 of the... Oh no. How am I gonna get 2,000? Let's see, if I do a 600, 800, and another 600, I'll get all my points for this week. Gotta do forgery challenges. I can do that off stream. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Events. Roll some dice, see what we get. Hopefully, not trash rolls like, last few days. And done with this round. Get your % chance to roll twice. Once I get over to the character, that is. No! Oh, garbage rolls. Oh well. This is going on for another, like, what, 5 weeks? Something like that. Plenty of time. Yeah, more than 5 weeks left, so don't need to rush. I'm guessing there's some events that aren't out yet. Then they want me to do wishing for this stuff. Wishing. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Done. Yeah, I did those, and Lorelei and Fleur de Lis were definitely easier than Dragon of Dirge. But as you guys know, I don't love the spiking in difficulty of this mode. Like, this style game, I play kind of Zimius, you need to use sentences. Did someone day dragon? What?
Can you keep up?
What am I supposed to do with that?
Quickly and
Did someone day dragon? What? What? What is happening? All right. Sure, I'm sure someone day dragon. Someone day dragon somewhere. This is why they pay me the big bucks, trying to understand these kinds of sentences. Great googly moogly. Oh. Typo, you sure? Are you sure? Because that typo, as you're calling it, almost took out a hamster. I meant to say, did someone say dragon? No, see, you also lack punctuation, so I'm gonna try and read this the way you wrote it. So let's see if I can. Did someone... No, that still sounds like a question. Nope, still a question. See, how do I say this without being a question? How do I do this? Did someone say dragon? No, that's almost a question still. It is a question. No. There's no question mark there, and there's not even a period. So it's like, did someone... No. How? This is a tricky one. This is a real tricky one. Did someone say dragon? Nope, that's still a question. How do you do this? That one would be, did someone say dragon? Oh dear. Oh bother. Someone definitely said dragon. And I don't know where this is going, but this conversation has quite some legs and has traveled. That's all I know. What are we doing today? What's happening? Woo. Right, I need to be doing Blender stuff. Well, good. I'm glad your sides hurt. That's payback for making my brain hurt. Woo! All right. You want, I can throw in some Gen Alpha brain rot. No. I had a dose of Gen Z brain rot today. Already, like, before stream. No, I don't need any more... Any other generation's worth of brain rot, I don't need. So I read what may be the most nonsensical article ever, telling me that apparently now, Gen Z thinks it's cringe to have nicely edited videos on social media platforms. What? I'm sorry, what? Actually putting in effort and making something of quality is now cringe. Oh, good. Thank you, Gen Z. Because it's based... Gotta get it ratioed? Wait, are we ratioing based things now? I thought based things were the things that we want to... I thought we like based. Yeah. With all this conflation of terminology, I'm just like, maybe I'm secretly a boomer now. Like, I don't know what happened. I went back in time. That's what happened. I don't understand Gen Alpha either. Yeah, but, like, you're Gen Z. Or Gen Alpha, I don't know which, but you're one of those, so, like... Explain your people. I'm neither? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Because Lord knows, you ain't no millennial. Okay, what are we doing? Wait, you're not, no, you're, no. Millennials, like the youngest millennials were born in what, like 91? '96 is included in millennials, which no, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. If you were born after 92, you are absolutely Gen Z. Yeah, this is nonsense. Like, for whatever reason, after Gen X, people started deciding we're gonna put like scientific definitions on and like strict definitions on generations. And this just makes no sense in the context of talking about a generation. Because while there is this like strict categorization that makes absolutely no sense, the reality is people colloquially understand and define generations by their sets of values and mores. And that is almost strictly defined on a generational grouping by when you were a teenager. So Gen Xers were teenagers in the 90s. Millennials were teenagers in the first decade of the 2000s. Gen Z, teenagers in the 2010s. Like, obviously, the people who were born who were teenagers on the edges of those, they're in sort of a gray area, and that's always been the case. But then again, up until like 1930, maybe even 1940. No, I guess you got to go back earlier, because even in that era, because of the prevalence of the evolution of music, you still had distinct generational differences. Probably sometime in the late 1800s is when you didn't have generations like this. There's a big difference in how people do things between early 90s and late 90s. Sure, but there's not a big difference between people who were 15 years old in 1991 and those who were 15 years old in 1999. Those people are going to be way more similar than someone who was 15 in 95 versus someone who was 15 in 2005. Those are going to be very different people. If we're just going on the vector of like generation and how that has affected you as a person. People born in 97 act very different nowadays. 97 versus 91. I don't know about that. See it with my sister? Well, you're siblings, bro. You cannot use two siblings as a point of like reference for how different people born in different years are because you're siblings. Like, you grew up comparing yourselves to each other. You don't have perspective on this. You really don't. I promise you. Like, even siblings born a couple years apart think of themselves as completely and totally different from each other, whether they are or not. Like, they'll say they're completely different, and this was several years, right? But I'm making a point, right? I'm making the point that people even 2 years apart with their sibling are going to say that they see themselves as completely and totally different, even if the things they do and value are very similar. Because most people don't want to think that they're similar to their sibling. That's just how it works. That's how siblings work anyway. Because, and part of this is, no one likes to think that they aren't unique. And the simple truth is, most people are not that unique. No one likes to hear it. Like, people hate hearing that. But it is the truth. Why did this get put in Dum Dum Count? Okay. Definitely don't want that mesh. How do I remove you from collection? Yay! Why are you invisible? What's happening? Why aren't you there? Footman, come back! You can blame it all on me. Oh, Zimius. How do I make you come back? That. Oh, that. Interesting. Huh. What is happening? Okay, so the skeleton itself didn't come over, just the armature. And no, the thing I just said, I don't actually know what it means. Just trust me. What game am I playing today? I have no idea. Break game is probably gonna be Deus Ex. Probably. What am I trying to do? Trying to get modular pieces imported and attached to this armature so that I can swap pieces out and quickly make new characters. Wish me luck! You would need to parent them? That is one way to do that, yes. With automatic weights? Again, that is one way to do that. Correct. I would like to rename you, sir. There we go. You're going to be the master armature. Now, import FBX. Let's get all the animation. Oh boy! And let's hope Blender does not explode. Please no go boom. No go boom. Oh boy. Whew. Hey, you probably know more about this than I do, so that works. Okay. Now, unsure about that. When it comes to Blender, I know so little. It's really annoying. But I also recognize that people take decades to learn a piece of software like this, and I'm not trying to accomplish that. Okay, now I want... That's not... Why did that get restructured? What am I gonna call this? I know those other things are called root, but I don't like calling them root. Because I don't think logically it makes sense to call these things root. This node feels like a root to me. This one is what feels like an armature. Okay, let's try just animate. Well, that did not work. You're gonna need a mesh first. That's not true. You can definitely animate without a mesh. I'll show you. I just need to retarget. So, source, everything. Actually, I should retarget one thing first. Just to get my settings right. Okay, retarget from that onto that. The bone list done. Don't think I want to auto scale, and I think I want to use current. Now, hide that. Try this animation again. See if I did it right. What is that animation supposed to be, I wonder? That's not correct. I know what animation this is, and that is absolutely wrong. Yeah, just animating the armature. That's all Blender does anyway. The mesh just mounts to the pieces of the armature. Okay. Let's try from rest without auto-scaling. There we go. That's what I wanted. Interesting way to do it? What do you mean? That's like the way to do animations. This is one thing I do actually know. Like, when you are creating animations, this is how you do it. Let me try with auto scaling and see what happens. There's still an offset, but I don't think I care. Because it is a consistent offset just in the Y direction. So it's not going to matter. Okay. Good. I should have added the select all feature to this. Then again, I'm not sure I would have known how to do that, so never mind. Okay, retarget. Another way to do it is to use a mesh, then topo, whatever that is. Then add armatures, then weight paint, then animate. Right, but you're still animating an armature. You're not animating a mesh. There we go. I now have a giant mass. Why is that up there? Why is that up there? What is happening? Okay, forward roll we're gonna need to test. Like, I literally did this with all of them using the same exact settings. Why is one different? Don't make no sense, chat. All right. Now, that over here. Oh God. That's right, I didn't use... No! Mistake's been made. Gotta start over. Don't save. Do not save that. Okay, get that thing back in position. Alright. File. Import. EX. I need to use my importer script so it renames everything, because stuff coming from Unreal is all named the same thing. Which is silly. Good. Boom. Oop. Yay! Now, save there so I don't have to redo that. Scripting. Open. Gotta find my script. Unreal Engine Asset Converter. Pretty sure I made a UI for this. I did! Yay! I love it when I do that. What I should have said is you don't need to have a mesh to animate an armature, but it makes it easier to visualize. Well, yeah, I agree with that statement. Oh no. Oh no, I had the wrong thing selected. But put them all in here? No! You know what? It's fine. Is it fine? Hold on, chat. Need to... During action. Yes, it is fine. The actions have their proper names. Excellent. That's why you're here? You're here specifically to poorly explain things? Oh, that is an odd goal, sir. You are a strange man. My goal in life is to explain everything as poorly as possible. You're the... You are the strangest and most awkward villain the MCU has ever come up with. No, that's not true. They have worse. Okay, let's go ahead and get the other stances imported as well. While we're here. Gonna be so many of these. Oh god. What is that doing up there? Who are you? What? I'm just gonna hope this is all working out. I'm gonna hope this is just all working. There's nothing wrong here. It's fine. Famous last words, it's fine. Yeah. Trust me, bro. Fine, it's fine. Well, there were no weird ones in that set. Okay. Next set. You're having a silly day. We have silly days from time to time. I think it has something to do with stress levels. There's something in the body that just says, I need a silly day. And it's a weird way of your body physically getting rid of the stress you've been experiencing. Weapon. Healed. Which may sound weird, that's something that our bodies can do, but animal behaviorists will see this in other species all the time through different mechanisms. For example, in dogs, when they're feeling stressed, one way they let off stress is by shaking. Kind of like when they're shaking water off of themselves after they've been bathed or something. Sometimes they'll shake like that without without there being water, but I think the more prevalent way is stretching. I believe the primary way is stretching. Where you'll see a dog push its paws forward and arch its back in a big stretch. I believe that's the primary mechanism that dogs use to relieve stress. And it's not like they're consciously doing it. It's the same way, you know how when you just get the urge to stretch really big, like you put your arms back, you arch your back, like you just have that urge to do that randomly? It's that kind of response in a dog. And so I suspect there's something similar to that with laughter and what I'm calling right now a silly day, where you just find everything hilarious and you're more prone to laughter. And I suspect it is your body's way of dealing with those stressors when you haven't properly dealt with them yourself. The body's like, okay, I gotta do something. Let's just make the dum-dum laugh for a day. If you need a source of laughter, I have a recommendation, and not appropriate for kids. But if you are age appropriate, meaning like adult, highly recommend checking out this lady's YouTube channel. I think it's managed by someone else, but she's a stand-up comic that does a lot of crowd work. And she's adorable, hilarious, and I just discovered her yesterday, and I'm kind of hooked. She puts on a whole persona when doing her show, and it's very charming. She's very sassy, and she does a really, really good job. But yep, you can check out her YouTube channel, and she is super duper funny. After you've watched a lot of it, it becomes some of her jokes become a bit formulaic, but it's a solid formula. So even if you see it coming, the jokes are very good. So like her main structure is picking out a person in the audience, asking them, "What's your name?" And she makes a joke out of that. And then she asks, "What do you do?" She makes a joke out of that. And she has a few other questions she'll throw in if she thinks she can really work with this person in the crowd. But it is hard in modern day, in my experience, to find a comedian that does good crowd work. Like, there's stand-up comedians that have their routine and they do that, and they're great. But crowd work is almost a lost art. Okay, so I have how many animations here? 212. Oh, goody. Beautiful. Okay, traditional animation is also becoming a lost art. Ooh, traditional animation was, in large part, is a lost art going back even to 10 years ago, dude. I'm tempted to say 20 years ago. But yeah, definitely 10 years ago, that fell off hard. When people started almost exclusively doing I think it's this. I mean, it is this, but where instead of doing frame by frame animations, you build pieces of a model and you animate it the same sort of way you do for a video game. And what it does is it lets you make animations so much cheaper. Because for traditional animations, every frame is going to be a new drawing. Whereas something like this, and I'm sure you've seen the super repeated animation where a figure like this just holds up one hand and waves and maybe the head shakes side to side a little bit. That's done with this technique where you animate the pieces software. And it is just a lot cheaper. Now you can find some people that will design models and animations that are higher quality. Like this one's probably a lot higher quality, where it doesn't just look like a marionette, but the vast majority will just look like marionettes. Oh, here he is! Here's the waving businessman that you've seen in a bajillion YouTube videos. With like, I don't think TEDx actually uses him, but a lot of videos like that are narrated by that overly generic voice that says things like, "The next time you go to a bank, consider what you've learned today." Doo doo doo. Those kind of videos. And the voice is like the same guy that narrates, or it's not, I don't think it's actually the same guy, but it's the same voice as the guy who narrates the How It's Made TV show and videos. Y'all know the YouTube videos I'm talking about. Then there's those crazies who will do raster. What is raster animation? What's that? Not vector? What? I don't think raster animation is a thing. Raster is pixel based. And that's not a form of animation as far as I know. Raster anim- oh, never mind. AI says it is a thing, so let's see. Raster animation is a technique where each frame of an animation is created as a separate image composed of pixels similar to digital photograph or painting. This feels like so the fact that this name exists feels silly. If this is real, hold on, maybe AI is just BSing. Because AI has a tendency to do that, where you'll put in a term and AI will just construct an explanation using the term you gave it. So let's see if it's actually a thing. First test of that is, how many results do I have? 10 million, so that it might be a thing. Let's find out. SV Gator. Raster graphics. Because I know what raster graphics are and what rasterization is. And for reference, guys, everything you've seen me produce is raster. What it means is each frame is hand-drawn. I'm not... Until I find a definition that isn't provided by AI, not sure that's entirely correct. But I need to find out. See, I'm not convinced that this is an accepted term. I'm almost wondering if raster animation is a term that's come about by just conflating two different things. Because raster graphics are a thing, which is the graphics we all think about when we think of like a PNG. It's pixel-based representations of an image. And it's pixel-based, what's the word? Serialization of data. Whereas, so the counter to that would be vector-based. Almost exclusively stored as an SVG, which serializes the data as a set of vectors. And for those who were here ages ago, you would have seen me actually put those vectors into code, hard-coded, to generate icons. And which actually means that there's probably not even a term vector animations, which is what I'm using. I'm using that as a term because I don't know what the actual term is. Like, what we've been calling sort of raster animations, what they're talking about with raster animations here is... This is classical animation using raster images, raster graphics. Which, for those who aren't familiar with the term classical animation, flipbooks. If you hand draw something, it's raster. Well, that is definitely not true. It's only raster if it is rasterized. If I draw on a piece of paper, that is not raster. Raster is specifically representation of an image through some resolution of pixels. If it's not pixelated, or I should say, if it is not composed of pixels, then it can't be raster. You meant digital? Yeah. And part of my harping on the terms here is in case, you know what you're trying to say. I know for the most part what you're trying to say, but there may be other people watching that don't know these terms. And I want to make sure that they have correct definitions so when they go off and talk to people, they know what they're talking about. But yeah, so yeah, I think yeah, like even here, I'm getting stuff about animations with raster graphics rather than getting something called raster animations. Create a raster animation in R. Yeah, I think this is a term that's probably come about by conflating raster graphics with the term animation. And the people have just sort of compounded this into something that people may know what you mean, but I think it's a bit... It suggests to people who aren't familiar that raster animation is a style of animation. I try to pick and choose what terminologies from a field I'm willing to use based on how effective they are at communicating a topic to someone who's not familiar. So, raster animation as a term could be interpreted by a listener a few different ways. Because of that, I wouldn't use it. Instead, I would say animations, and separately I would say raster graphics. That way people understand when they haven't heard these things before, okay, if I give people those two explanations of what those two terms are, and then later they hear someone say the term raster animation, they will already have preconceived in their head, okay, raster is pixel graphics. Oh, an animation using pixel graphics. Got it. That's part of how I shape my use of terminology. And this is a very weird side-by-side to try and describe vector versus raster, because I can all but guarantee the image on the left is not vector. Vector does not represent images like this very well at all. This actually makes me curious which one they're saying is which. It's in this article. Where are you? Okay, so the one on the right is the vector graphics one. Okay. That makes it a favorite for animations that require a high level of detail. Yeah. While technically you could make a vector image that looks like the thing on the left, the file size would be insane. You'd basically be drawing a tiny circle or tiny square at every pixel in order to produce this type of image. And in order to make it so it actually functions like a vector file, like, you're approaching infinite file size to recreate this, whereas a raster file has a fixed resolution. Resolution is whatever you rendered it at to begin with, or whatever it was saved as to begin with. So like, if you use a specific camera that has a specific resolution when you took the picture, that is its resolution, done. The advantage of vector files is you can zoom in or out infinitely, but you only have so much detail in the contours and the lines and all that fun stuff. So like, you see how this is almost a cartoony look, or I shouldn't even say almost, it is a cartoony look. That's coming about because all of this is drawn using stretched out circular shapes. Or stretched out rounded shapes, I should say. And you could get, like, as you increase the number of these shapes, you can approach the look on the left. But as you try to replicate raster graphics at high resolution, it just becomes unmanageable on the vector side of things. I think probably the best example of that is up here in the eyebrows. Like, trying to replicate each individual hair of the eyebrow is just not gonna be doable with vector graphics. There's just too much complexity to accurately represent each follicle. This side-by-side is actually a great example of demonstrating the advantages of vector graphics for simple visuals. So if you know that the thing you want to represent is going to be very simple, with limited color palette, simplified geometry, kind of like this, then vector is fantastic. And what it means you can do is, whenever you want to render this thing, you can pick whatever resolution you want and just tell the computer, okay, give me this vector file at this resolution, and it'll be able to render it perfectly. The output render is always going to be raster. Just because that's how computers work. That's how we display graphics. So, like, even the thing you're seeing right now on the screen is a raster image. But this image on the left, before it is rendered, is stored as vector data. But there you go. That is all the explanation you're getting from me on that today. Now, time for some of the dangerous stuff here. Oh boy. Coco. Targeting. Master armature. Let's see, I think I did not want auto scale. I wanted it from current. I believe that's correct. Hey, dum-dum, I bet you're wishing you'd put that select all now. Nah, still wouldn't be worth it. Oh! Oh, wait, I can do this. Yeah, I can write a short little script to do it. For object, I should do this over here. Record BPY. For object in UI.data.objects. Oh, I'm forgetting my syntax. I do need a colon. UI data.objects if object dot use Python string include. What's the Python way? Let's try dot x. Got it. Ooh. Find root dot greater than -1. Then object dot dum selected course equals I think that's what I want. Doesn't like line 5. Oh. There we go. Yay! Now I don't have to click all those by hand. Save there. And pray that Blender doesn't explode from that. While that's running, let's see if we can find something to play. We did sort of drop off Neo. Let's see. Trials of Mana was ages ago. I'm not sure that makes a fantastic break game, because it's the kind of game that you want to get sort of drawn into the story. Let's see. What was this? Did we actually try this? I don't remember. I'll leave it on the list. Let's see if Steam can recommend something interesting. Dark Souls. V Rising was a game that I thought about trying. Totally Dark Souls? I mean, I'll play Dark Souls, don't get me wrong. But I'm kind of wanting to find something new and different. $30 for the franchise? Ah, for DS3. But I already own DS3. I already own all the Dark Souls games. But $42. Wait, that's for Dark Souls 3 Deluxe. There's got to be a bundle for the whole collection, right? No? Interesting. I totally expect there to be a bundle for all 3 games. Oh. Shows what I know. That's still running. Let's look for game sales. We haven't done that in a hot minute. Part of that is, let's see if the free game has changed on Epic. Super Space Club, Lego Star Wars. What's your favorite OST? I don't think I could even possibly pick one. Like, I don't think there's a chance of me picking one. Play too many games? Bro. I'm just gonna slowly scroll through the collection. Does this answer your question? How about now? And this? And what about this? And we're gonna just ignore the giant 2 boxes of console games over there that you guys can't see. You linked a few favorite OSTs? Let's see, what did you link? Guild Wars 2? Guild Wars 2 music is okay. It's nothing too special in my opinion. Not when we're talking like best OSTs. You played Bloons Tower Defense 6? Guys. Or, okay, favorite. Well, if we're talking favorite, like, the things in contention for favorite, like, you got things like Ori and the Blind Forest, which has just a ridiculously amazing OST. You've got things like Final Fantasy IX OST. Also ridiculously amazing. You got, let's see, what's another good example? And then if you want to go back to old school gaming and like Super Nintendo era of music, my goodness, Super Mario RPG. Like the painstaking efforts they put into making music that perfectly fit every environment was ridiculous. Same with the Kirby OSTs, were good too. I agree. Kirby's OSTs are pretty on point for the style of game. I don't like, if I'm trying to talk about any sort of objective measure, I'm not sure Kirby's music is on the same level as these others I've listed. But subjectively, for the style of game that Kirby is, I agree. Music is great. To me, though, there's some OSTs like the ones I've listed that just step up above the rest in terms of objective quality standards. That's why I asked for your favorite instead of best. So these are my favorites. But the reason I'm trying to put forward a best is maybe you guys will want to take recommendations on some OSTs to listen to. And I don't want to just put forward, this is my favorite. I want to say, okay, based on certain objective criteria, these are what I would consider objectively good. And I think things like composition complexity and composition, the tonal consistency of a composition, the effectiveness in conveying a specific tone, emotion, or mood. Guild Wars 2, Fear Not This Night. So, I guess when I talk OST, I'm not talking specific songs. Maybe I should be talking specific songs. What does OST... Ohio State tests. So perfect. Right, but does it refer to a specific song, or does it refer to the total collection of music for a game? Often used for titles of albums of soundtrack music. Okay, so it is the album, not just specific songs. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking specific songs, I'm sure there's tons more I could pick out. Absolutely, tons more I could pick out. But if we're talking the full soundtrack for a game, the three I listed are pretty second to none in terms of collection quality. What's your favorite in specific songs? Well, you're in luck. The blender's still chugging away, so I can't escape your question. Let's see. The Ori's main theme is one of my favorites. Absolutely. The Ori main theme is just ridiculous. And the level of emotion, the shaping of the notes, meaning, how to describe this to someone who doesn't know instruments? Yeah, any terminology I'd use other than shaping wouldn't really convey the full meaning. Basically, it is the use of stretching of notes and the specific use of volume with a note. The variance shaping of the pieces in Ori, specifically the main theme, are just next level for most games. You won't see this style of music in most video games. This level. Then Final Fantasy IX. Then again, almost all Final Fantasy has great music. You cannot go wrong with Final Fantasy music. One of my favorites is Melodies of Life from Final Fantasy IX. Melodies of Life is, I think, the only voiced piece in this game, and it's gorgeous. And it's a song that was written to encompass the full journey of the characters. You like Chrono Trigger soundtracks? I am unfamiliar with Chrono Trigger. I learned of Chrono Trigger far later than when would have been ideal for me to play it. And so I haven't been able to get into it. Like, long narrative RPGs are very hard to get into once you're into your 30s. You haven't played it, but you love the soundtracks? Fair. Fair. Another soundtrack that's specific song that's very hard for anyone to dislike. The Gerudo Valley theme from Ocarina of Time. Like, I don't know of anyone that dislikes this song. And sorry, chat, I won't be playing these on stream because, you know, Twitch won't be happy about it, YouTube won't be happy about it. Song of Storms, go away. Get out of here. I mean, everyone hates that song, and you know it. Quit trolling. Dragon Roost Island, that's another excellent one. Very much upbeat and using unique instrumentals, much like Gerudo Valley. That one is 11 out of 10. I don't know that I agree about 11 out of 10. I think Dragon Roost Island's theme is overhyped. Now, when I say overhyped, I am not saying that it's not excellent. I just think even though it is very excellent, like 9 out of 10, I think people still overhype it beyond that. No, overhype the Song of Storms? I don't know about that, man. I don't think anyone really cares for Song of Storms. You find me someone who honestly enjoys listening to that song, or even professes to think it's a great song, and I am going to point you to a liar. Oh boy. There is no telling how long this is going to take, guys. I'm a little concerned. Have you heard the dubstep? Oh my, no, don't. Dragon Roost Island is so beautiful with the instrument choices Making a dubstep version is just, that makes me sad. For reference, guys, Dragon Roost Island. I'm sure someone's broken it down. Yeah, so pan flutes are obvious. There's, what is the percussion instrument they're using? Claps, okay. I was going to say castanets, but claps is exactly what they're using. There's some crazies out there. I don't doubt someone broke it down. Oh yeah, I mean, there are tons of people that love breaking down songs and explaining each individual piece. Dreams Island. Question. AI can probably answer that. Oh, according to AI, it is castanets, which the other thing lists as claps. What do you mean Dragon Roost Island on percussion? What does that sentence even mean? Get out of here, YouTuber. You're drunk. Go home. Why is Dragon Roost Island such a bop? Because the composer is ridiculously talented. Yeah, Kenta Nagata. Oh god. Chat, we're gonna cry. Oh god, it's a... Of course it's a thing. There's a dubstep version of everything. Already hate it. Already absolutely hate it. Let's skip somewhere in the middle. Good, it's not loading. That doesn't even sound like Dragon Roost Island. Get out of here. Get out of here. And I'm not gonna play it for you guys because like Nintendo's gonna come after me, and I'm not fighting Nintendo, guys. I'm sorry. While legally, actually that's an interesting question. How does copyright law interact between nations on that specific front? Because I don't believe international courts recognize the concept of fair use. Is fair use internationally recognized? It's an interesting question. Well, obviously, as defined in US copyright law, is not going to be universally recognized, of course. So critical in the US, however, fair use is not. I just want to know, is there some form of it? I feel like it would be more of a guideline than an actual law. Well, then it's irrelevant. Also, fair use is absolutely not a guideline. It is a legal standard. And it's been pretty solidified as a defense against copyright claims in the US particularly by a specific lawsuit that I can't remember. I think it was in New York City, where the case amounted to this. Someone had taken a snippet from someone else's video. Of course, it was in New York City. So the case actually went the way you would, like, it protected the reuse of the clip. So the person took a clip. They had taken like 2 clips from a person, from someone else, put them together with the intention of showing them saying one thing and then saying basically the opposite. And then they had put a title on it that was critiquing them. And that's sort of the most minimal version of being, quote, transformative that you could possibly be, right? Like, you're literally not changing anything from the 2 clips you take. You're just recontextualizing them solely by playing them next to each other. And the judge said, well, that's obvious fair use. Obviously. So at least within US law, the precedent is very, very strong for leveraging fair use for transformative works. And the legal standard is, are you transforming the original thing? And one of the strongest uses of fair use is, and now I need to put the normal disclaimer, guys, you're listening to an animated hamster. This is not legal advice for you to use in your legal proceedings. This is my understanding based on anecdotes. If you need actual legal advice for a case that you're seeking, go talk to a lawyer. Obviously. And any judge out there that ever gets some sort of notice that I have given legal advice, please keep in mind, I am a cartoon hamster on the internet. Anyone who takes anything I say as formal legal advice is an idiot. Okay? Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. All that disclaimer said, my understanding is the strongest instance of fair use as a legal defense is for political critique. And that stems a lot from First Amendment intentions. Within the US court system, there's different levels with which we protect speech. And generally speaking, the most strongly protected speech is political speech. So if you are using a clip for purposes of making some sort of political statement that is not just reconveying the original message, that is going to be one of the strongest protections, my understanding, you can have against a copyright claim against you. But the case I'm thinking of in New York, the plaintiff, if I recall correctly, basically sank their own case because part of their legal argument for why this was a copyright infringement was something along the lines of, this video was made to harass them. And the judge just kind of looked at that argument and was going, well, if they did it to harass you, then your own argument is that it's transformative. I agree. That was pretty funny to watch that case when it was happening. What about Exclusivity clause. I don't know what you're talking about. An exclusivity clause can exist in anything. A clause is just a piece of a legal document. Actually, a clause is just a fragment of a sentence. So I need to know more context. Oh, we're done. Okay. Let's test some animations. Oh no! This is doing what I was afraid of. It's slowing down just because there's so many things to display here. Lots of artists have them. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. You need to give me some context. Like, are we talking about purchasing art? Are we talking about an artist that's hired to produce something for a company? Affecting what? Like, I need to know what document is containing this exclusivity clause so I can answer your question. Because I can rattle off about a dozen different types of contracts that all have exclusivity clauses, and my response to you is going to be different for each and every one of those. Like, I need to know what type of document you're talking about. Never mind then? Alright, well, if you figure out what type of document this is in reference to, I will be happy to try and give an answer. Don't know enough to explain it? Well, if you can give an example, then I can help you explain it as well. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, I guess we're doing that all again. Oh my, what the heck just happened? Don't save. I don't know what just happened. I don't like it. Start over. I have to check a lot of these animations. Some of these are just wackadoodle where they ended up. Okay. So the retargeting has not happened at this point, right? Good. No retarget yet. Coco. All of those are oh, but I don't want them selected, do I? Okay, I want to just do one. Again, to get my settings right, because apparently I messed that up. Thought this was correct. That's definitely wrong. Let's try that again. Do auto scale, what happens? Why can't retargeting animations be easy? Especially when you're retargeting from one armature to a copy of the same armature. Why isn't that easy? Seems like something that should be free. Okay, let's try rest, no auto scale. Okay, that looks like it did it correctly. Master armature. What? Where's my retarget? The heck retargeted? He did that route? Okay, something exploded. Don't love that. I'm gonna save there. I want no auto scale from rest. I was so sure that it wanted it on current, but retard. But what is happening? Why is it exploding on me? It worked that time. Just kidding. Didn't work. And I have no idea why. What's going on down here? Talk to me, Blender. But why are you exploding? What are you called? How do I know what action this is? Get it. Since these are from the same model, from same armature to copy, in theory there should be a way to link this without doing this whole Rococo retarget thing. It should be possible. Let me try doing that somehow. Oh, it was worth a shot. Blender, associate action to new copy of armature. That's got to be a thing, right? An object can have only one active action. This is the action that receives new keyframes. Frame of value. Same action can be assigned to multiple objects. Dope sheet. Several modes. Get the impression it is common to fake single user for all actions. That armature can only have one action assigned simultaneously. Why not just giving me what I want to know? Here's a question. If I just delete these, what happens? I think the actions go away. Oh, the actions don't go away, but I do lose keyframe data. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Because if I now go into here, one, for whatever reason, it's scaling the model I need to somehow get rid of. Um, maybe I know enough to do that myself. Maybe. Scope sheet. How do I do this? Okay. Talk to me. How do... This is the other problem I've had with Blender. I don't know how to just look at the data. Like, how do I say, show me what this keyframe is? I have no idea. And what if I want to edit one keyframe? How do I do that? Okay. If I try to scale you back up, what happens? Animate. So the issue is that scale. If I scale you up... Actually, one thing I need to consider. Can I just zoom in the camera enough to use this as is? And would that make Blender happier? I don't know. But let's test scaling it back up. Does that break the animation? No. Okay. So I could go through and disable the scale on each of these. Or I can try to just zoom way in with the camera. That said, sculpting is going to be next to impossible doing this. Yeah, I need to get rid of this scale. Okay. How can I do that programmatically? Let's... Here's a question. Can I just... I can. Ooh, fancy. Okay. That makes me a little happier. Python console. APY dot data dot actions. Dot, what is in here? Does animation data clear do? I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to clear all the animation. BPY remove track from action. NLA operators. Action down onto the top of the NLA stack is a new script. How am I getting lazy boy? Google, please. All keyframes in script. Okay, that might be useful. I am trying to write a script to delete all the keyframes button press. Delete rotation Euler. Ah. Data clear. Not what I want. Anything in here related to keyframe? Gotta be, right? Pointer, asset clear, asset data. F curves. F curves is probably what I want. Does this have a name? Please tell me it. Oh, it doesn't. Ah! Might have a path. Really? What about this? Seriously? Okay. So there's all the F curves. But doesn't tell me anything about them. Huh. It find I can get all the F curves pretty trivially. What does ID data? I don't think that's what I wanted. Oh, thank you. Great. That tells me nothing. Pop, mute, modifiers, lock, keys. Extrapolate, evaluate, driver, data path. That's probably what I want. Aha! Found something. That is not what I was hoping to find. Ah. Ha ha ha. Pose, bones. Okay, okay, we got something. Why are you red? Why are you red? Did I break something? Oh no. Why aren't you centered anymore? What did I do? Okay. Why did you move? Probably. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Got something. Maybe I can find a better path to this. APY.data.foo. Objects. Nope, that won't be right. I think I have to go through the F curves. Find an F curve. Data path. Okay. What if I try using wildcards? I want to use data path pose.bones. Nothing. Done type. Okay. What if I just tell it wildcard? Does that work? There's going to be no documentation online for this, I can guarantee. Finger scan of all F curves in the action. Okay. How do, chat? How do? Because I'm losing my mind. The one thing I can do is just iterate through all of the F curves, searching for strings that I care about. Like, I can write the logic for that myself. So this feels like something that should be readily accessible. Better question. That doesn't do anything. Channels. Okay. Okay. BBY.data.animation. Nope, that's not a thing. Let's try asking the internet that though. PPY script remove channel from animation. Talk to me. F-curves collection of an action has a method to find F-curves from data path and index. A remove method. Same action can be linked to multiple objects, so will they set to find all the actions F-curve. Really what I'm trying to get to. For F curves, that's fine. F curve is at path. Where are you getting data path? Of course it's hard coded. Okay, let's try to reason through this. fine. Okay. What do you mean none type? Oh. Hold on. I did a dumb. Properties. Required parameter index be a keyword argument. Oh. Because Python is stupid. F-curve object has no attribute. Test is here we go. Please tell me we can find something reasonable. This is the same thing I had from just accessing by index. That's not all that helpful. Thank you. That is just so incredibly helpful. You are just a peach, aren't you? Okay, we're gonna do it this way then. That's not what I want. Yeah, I know. Not. Okay. So root is not included in the data path. That makes things a bit easier. Okay. Scripting. For action in dby.data.actions. For f-curve in action f-curves okay. The one thing I am going to lose by deleting this is if there's any animations that have a jump built into them, something like that, like if there's any sort of movement of the whole model in a direction, I'm gonna lose that right now. What I'm trying to do. I think I'm okay with that. I'll need to just go through all the animations and check them after this. Because I would hope this isn't the case, but it's possible. Let's say there's an animation where the character reaches up high. It's possible part of that animation is moving the entire model up and then having the legs pose down relative to it. I would hope that's not how the animations are built, but it's possible. So I'll need to at least spot check this. Before I go any further, let's save where we're at. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. If f dot data app to location. Let's just do scale first. Just do scale first. I want to do not what I want to do. There we go. That's what I want to do. Ooh. I don't know if Python's gonna like what I'm about to try. Because I'm about to change the collection size while iterating through, which is a big no-no. Okay. So I can't do it this way. Instead, Python array. Show me the basic syntax, let's go. Try it myself. You. That. Okay. What if I want to do something like that bars end all right? Nice. Okay. Curves to delete equal to that. Nice. If equal to scale. Curve delete dot end F curve. Okay. Now, gone through all of that stuff. Don't want that declared there. I want it declared there. So for every action, go in and create an array. Build it out with all of the F curves for scale on the root. Then for curves in delete. Action dot F curves dot remove. New curve. Okay. I think that's what I want to do. Saving just in case it doesn't do what I want. Okay. Did you do what I wanted? Like, yes. Oh ho ho! Chat, we might be in business. Question is, what were those weird animations that were like... And I noticed the whole file isn't like slowed down anymore. That's a really good sign. Don't love that. And that's not... That's not changing the Y direction. So, don't... Depending on how that animation's structured. This. Okay, so what is causing it to move forward? Not the pelvis, then what? It is the pelvis. But if... Why would that animation over like that? I might need to re-export all the animations. Unless I can figure out what is causing that movement. Because it's certainly not the root. Found it. Oh, yes. Beautiful. I love it when I do that. Okay. So... this is... okay, so there's something here that I'm going to call an armature root, as opposed to whatever this thing is. I think that's literally an empty. Excuse me, literally an empty. I can find out though. UI.data.objects. Yes, that is an empty. Which I think makes more sense as a root, but... so the armature is getting a different root for each animation. Probably more accurately, this is just a different name. Okay. Nope, not what I wanted. Outliner... under file. Ah. I'm willing to bet if I delete these, it's gonna break. Why didn't that break? Right? Chad, I don't understand what's happening. That, as far as what I know about Blender, that should have broken the animation, but it didn't. Okay. Now, what if I get rid of all of them? Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Man, what is my throat doing today? Hmm. All right. I think I have all of the animations where I want them. I think. All right. Let's try to get a mesh in here. Shouldn't be any problems, but... And I'm gonna save as... Because if something that I just did is bad, and so it's possible that something I just did is bad and is ruining the file, but Blender is caching stuff to compensate. I can test that by closing and reopening. So, if the animations no longer work, that means it was caching some. Lucky for me, it works. Okay, next step. Good morning, still needs work. How is it going? I think that's fine. Pretty God did it? Oh, God did it. I'm very glad did it. Don't worry, none of us can type today. You're in very good company. All right. So I think we're in an okay spot. Import. Pretty sure they were FBXs. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. This is gonna be so much fun. By that I mean it's gonna be torture. Okay. How do I want to play this? I'm assuming I cannot just move this over to the other route and it plays nice. Yeah. Oh, but if it would have worked, I dragged to the wrong thing. Okay, how work? Uh, ooh. Ooh. We'll find it eventually, chat. It's gotta be one of these, right? Keep transform. Cool. Not cool. Oh. Hey! That's cool. Why did all of that stay? I don't love the layout this is doing. Like, why doesn't this just move up there? Is it because it's not part of the collection? Ah ha 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 ha! I'm learning. Okay. So, let's undo the import. Excellent. Now, file, import FBX. We're going to import everything. And then panic as the file explodes. Unironically, this could be very, very bad. He just has so much armor now. He just has all the armor. What happens if I do... nothing? Okay. Now... if I try to delete this... aha! I like that. Sort of. I delete that. Excellent. That is what I want. Then I want to move this into this collection. Then, parent that armature. Oh no. Um, right. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Let's try to find a scripting this. That'd be cleaner. UI.data.objects. Like a reasonable one to test on. Wait, let's use the selected one. Shoulder pad 04SK. Okay, it is a mesh. Not what I want. Welcome back. I don't know how to do this. In Godot, I would just do dot reparent, or yeah, dot reparent. But this is not Godot. Blender, where nothing is reasonable. Do User remap, maybe. Place all usage in file given. No, that's not. I don't think that's right. Blender script repair. Oh, could I literally just set the parent I want? Maybe. Okay. I want to set it to... right. No, not. Let's do that. That. That worked. Okay, so maybe that is what I want to do. Okay. Well, that certainly did not work. Oh, there's a cheaty way I can do this, I think. Oh, yes. Hide that. That. Hold on. Not entirely correct. Huh? Oh, if this works, I'm gonna be very happy. Oh my goodness! So much time has been saved. So much time has been saved. Now, obviously, I want to get rid of all these spare armatures. Those are garbage. And I actually need to delete it in here, I think. Aha ha ha. And the file is not slowing down, which is a great sign. We're getting a few frame drops, but I think that's okay. Blender doesn't actually like my UI as part of the issue. That's okay. Right. I think the next thing to get rid of is those extraneous empties. Hello, Azrael. How's it going? Yeah, Blender's starting to bog down, but I think it's okay. Ooh. Blender doesn't like that. My avatar looks like the hamster from the movie Bolt? What? What? I don't know about that. I don't know, my dude. I'll take your word for it. My ears are much more, what descriptor do I want to put on this that Chad isn't gonna roast me for? Much more friendly. Anywho, it's going pretty good. Just getting a handle on this new asset I bought. I would love a way to make Blender play nicer with this thing while it's animating, but Blender's not playing so nice. You know, because it's Blender, our favorite. I just like select all the empties in here. Well, I don't want to do that because some of the empties I actually want. Okay. Blender is at best hard to tame. You're not wrong. Blender is the most necessary of most evil things I have to use. Blender is the best for models but hard to use. Yeah, I mean, Blender is in many, many ways awful and is simultaneously the best option. I've discussed this multiple times on the channel that, like, there's a lot of industries where the best thing is still awful. That does not take away from it being the best. Okay, we've simplified the file a bit. Okay. So with everything hidden, how does it handle this? Now let me enable the armature again. Ooh, frame rate is still tanking even with everything hidden. Don't love that. It tells me that Blender's culling and optimization are kind of trash. You made a game that took 2 years. Proud of it though. Good. Never really heard of what you're making, and if you did say something, you have the brain of a goldfish. I haven't said yet, but don't hate the user, hate the keyboard. Fair. Yeah, I'm making an action RPG with absolutely zero story. It is going to be a collection of battle arenas. You fight monsters and level up, and that is the game. If you like a game with a good grind that has some complexity in terms of customizing your character and building out an interesting composition of skills, that's what I want to make. Or I should say, that's what I'm making. I can briefly show that off, since I'm not finishing with Blender today. There's just no way. Yeah, I think part of the issue is, well, I should say, part of the issue that I know is an issue is I'm trying to stream while rendering stuff in Blender, which is generally a bad idea. So a free roam grinding combat customization sounds fun and no story. Already 10 out of 10. Don't know about that, but hey, if I find people who like my game and want to throw some money my way for it, great. The goal is to make a game that sells enough that I can expand into having a team. But for the first game, it's just me. How much is it? The goal is to sell it at $10 a pop. What did I break over here? Oh, right, I was testing the new graphics. Boop-a-da-boop. I should probably turn on the golem's regular AI. There we go. And I'm in the process of replacing the character model here. But here is the game thus far. Taking a long time to put this thing together. Up to where it is now. Basically a year for all of this. But big plus there is most of the systems are now in place, or at least the combat. So won't have to redo a lot of this stuff for each new asset. Yep, this is my game. At some point I need to hire a level designer to make a map that doesn't obviously look like a test map. Right? Like, this is so obviously, you threw this together so you could just have a place to walk around. Correct. I did. Especially considering you can just walk off the edge. Woo! The other thing I do as part of my development process is make apps for making development easier. Here we go. And anyone who supports the channel over on Ko-fi gets access to any and all dev tools I make and like any scripts you guys want. I love games where you can walk on the void. There. So all of my graphics for my game, while the game is 2D, come from, I shouldn't say all the graphics, all of the sprites come from 3D models. And this is a custom add-on I made for Blender for converting 3D models into sprite sheets. And the render here is like the most basic you can do. But as you saw, some nice results in the game. And that's from tweaking all the bajillion properties on this thing. Yeah. Blender I found to just be entirely unmanageable to learn. So instead of learning Blender, I decided to just make my own tool in Blender for doing this. So it produces sprite sheets for you. And I've also got an extension for Godot that will help you import sprite sheets, because found out real quick, getting your sprite sheets for any slightly complicated sprite sheet into Godot takes forever. And every time you mess up on something, you've got to like re-import the whole thing. And adding every single frame by hand is torture. So produce this to help you guys. Or I should say, to help myself and anyone else who wants access to it. You get it through the membership. Use Game Maker. And it's about playing as an Undertale character. You fight Frisk, you can change the theme, songs, and make your own vessel. Doing every frame is hard. Yeah, it was so annoying. I'm like, well, I'll just make a nice piece of software for handling everything. And unfortunately, my rendering pipeline has grown beyond the original scope of this add-on. So any subscribers, just a reminder, if you want the new way of doing things that includes independent shadow rendering, let me know. I'll get you the file and stuff. It's just not going to have the same level of guidance as the original add-on has. But if you want just very simple shadows in your game, like most games with this style graphics will just put like a circle underneath their character, this add-on is borderline perfect for it. Let's get stuff visible. Why can I not see that part? Oh, right, because of how this stuff is organized. I think I can simplify my file. Pulling this up. Yes. Good, good, good. Excellent. Made 2 versions of your game. simple and full that has ads. I can understand sharing games for free. I personally have no intention of doing that. I am going to charge for my games, but I think I'm being pretty reasonable in asking price. We'll see if the public agrees when I get to release, but as with all things, we'll see. Material. I think I'm going to actually import them all as materials, which will be a little more annoying to work with, but I think it'll be worthwhile. Actually, probably won't be more annoying to work with. I'll just have to delete the spheres it creates. Right. They are not FBXs, they are GLTFs. There we go. Oh. Okay, do not want any of those. Let's make sure to clean up our blend file. Objects. Well, I would certainly appreciate that. But it is a ways off. I'm expecting about 2 more years of development. Why did the materials not import like regular materials? Okay. Well, that is certainly not the intended material for that. Interesting. Where is... Oh, it's going to be a different part than this, isn't it? Yeah, the shoulders are a separate part. Okay. So 0 to 21 I can... Good. Okay, probably when I imported these the meshes, I probably got these default textures with it. That's probably what happened. Okay. Okay, costume mat 0 through 8. Finally, head parts 0 through 32. What is Dot's stroke? What is that? I have no idea. There's also the fact that it seems like that material's not showing up here. Which is more than a little bizarre. Okay, let's get just basic materials on all these things. Should definitely disable render on all of this. Because it's inevitable that I'm going to try to render something, and I'm going to leave the rendering on for all this garbage, and I'll end up with a useless render. Boop da boop. Got it. Probably start from the bottom. Because these are the things I'm actually going to be able to see. Until I start hiding stuff, that is. It's interesting. That actually looks correct. That's clearly wrong. Okay. So... body parts is almost everything by the look of it, then. Okay. One more down. Nice. Choose it is. Guessing this will also use the same thing. Hard to tell. This way. Correct. Correct. Not correct. Gorgeous. Next up, helmets. And hats. The heck is going on up there? Ah, crowns are their own thing. Good to know. And just all that hair, all of it. That's clearly wrong. And costumes. Oh, let's hide the hair. Well. Uh-oh. Let's go here. I'll have to figure out the hair once I get there. Okay, so the skin is kind of peeking through. That's awkward. And that texture is obviously wrong now that I can see it. Head parts. It is. Nice. That one's obviously right. That one's obviously right. Obviously right. Can't tell for sure on those. That one's sure correct. Nice. Hats, let's go. Please tell me that you be reasonable. Hooray. Okay. That one. Correct. Correct. And that one. Correct. Good. Now, all that hair. Good. Good. Yep. That one I can also tell is good to go. That's not right. There we go. Hooray! Done with that. Let's put all the faces back on so I don't forget them. Oh, and crowns. Can't forget crowns. Okay. I do have a neat idea for how to be able to render this each once and then just layer sprite sheets afterward. And I'm really hoping it works. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a billion sprite sheets, which means that's just not a solution. That's good. Can't tell for sure. It's good. Definitely. Gloves done. Nice. The faces have got to be the headpieces. The only thing that makes sense to me. Good. Out of curiosity. Okay, so that doesn't change anything there. Oh, oops. Choice, I guess. Ah yes, the one feminine face we have. And all of them are just so angry. But those angry faces render really, really nicely. Like, you don't get a smile, but you don't get a frown either. So, like, I guess angry just renders well when you downscale to pixel art. For some reason. Don't ask me, chat. I just work here. Interesting. That's broken, but alright. Oh, I put in the wrong thing, that's why. There we go. That's more like it. Definitely gotta get rid of the reflectiveness of everything, but that I can do over time. I don't need to do all that right now. Crowns done. This will almost certainly be costume. Beautiful. Don't need to check everything, just need to make sure they're matched up right. Some of these are hard to tell. What is that? That doesn't look right. Whatever piece that is correct, so I can remove that. Okay, whatever has that chest plate is correct. Good. Definitely correct. That belt is good. That one's good. I don't know if that one's correct. Ah, there we go. They are both correct. They just overlapped in such a specific way. I was like, is that correct or is that broken texture? Sweet. So now, chat, what I can do is come in here when I want to design a new character, which this is not actually what I'm going to be doing if the whole character customization plan works, but worst case scenario, I can come in here and say, okay, well, I want this face, and I want this hair. Oh, dear Lord. That is some hair. And let's throw these clothes on him. Okay, he needs some hands, so let's give him some gloves. Beautiful. Probably should give him some shoes. Gorgeous. There you go. Character. Done. And he automatically animates. I don't have to do anything custom for all these separate parts. It's a miracle, chat. Woo! That might be all I'm doing today. That Blender always wears me out. I guess one thing we can do is just test some renders, see what they look like. That's not. Positing. Oh, of course it's not right. Ooh, I did a dumb, I did. I need to actually tell it to render these things. Go figure. Like, obviously problems there, but even that looks half decent. How good does that look, chat? And like, I basically did nothing. And what's super cool about this is now, if I want to grab a new hairstyle for him, I can do that. I just go into here. Let's see, hair, go to this one. Ta-da! Ah! Oh my goodness. Sorry, chat, I'm just really excited about this and how good this looks and how amazing this is going to be in the game. And oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! I'm okay though. I'm calm. I promise. I'm not a crazy man. Hamster. I'm not a crazy hamster. And I'm definitely not on all the caffeine right now. Oh, so the half is like a version of this hair for putting with helmets. That's what that's for. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Oh yeah, I need to update the render. Grr. It's so good. And out of curiosity, if I render without the hair, that face is a little weird looking, but I promise when we put hair on it, you won't notice all this. I'm a little surprised that there's no bald version. So I may have to make that. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking I'll make a bald character. Yeah, obviously needs more touch-ups, but it's pretty darn good to me. The one thing I wish I could have figured out, and I have no idea how I would do this, is putting in paint around each piece. But I will be able to do that with the customization I'm going to do. That's cool. Okay. Definitely going to be some trickiness to it, though. Part of the trickiness is going to be, can I fit certain sprites together well without re-rendering everything? For example, looking at those gloves, compare them to these gloves. Well, those have different geometry. So, how will layering them against other things work? Or will it even work? To layer them against separately rendered things? Let's take this angle, right? So that little bit of the glove needs to be rendered. However, if I'm using bulkier clothes, I'm sure there's a bulky one in here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe these will just work. Maybe these will just work interchangeably. Deciding what order to render things in is going to be interesting. Next step is just try rendering upper body and lower body separately so I can do the whole tank rotation thing I was talking about before. I'll want to pick animations for that have as much body movement as possible. That said, things like slide will absolutely not work for what I'm thinking of. Like, not even potentially work. Run back. Nope. Run might work. Not the most convincing run animation I've ever seen. Sword and shield. Literally just, where is the other arm's position? Huh. Okay. Well, luckily, this means I don't need to worry about the feet changing positions. This is literally just where the arms are located. Like, I don't think the upper body movement even changes with sword and shield. Nah, there's enough change that I'm not entirely sold on it. Did that shoulder move? Hard to tell. Yes, the shoulder moved. Alright. It'll be a lot of work to make the character customizable. It will be. But will it be more or less work than coming up with unique models for every single character class? Probably less work. That is the slowest walk ever. Come on, man. I am just so happy with how he looks. The hair's kind of lame, but then again, the hair's kind of lame here too. That's more like it. And that looks somewhat feminine. I'm thinking for the helmets, just don't include hair. Yeah. I think the way I'm going to build this out is the helmets. Oh. But the crowns need hair underneath. So, let's see. How does that look? Not great. I think what I'll do is hat and hair combos are your different hair options. I think that's the way to do it. Okay. Oh, did I not have the belt render? I did not. It looks real good. The eye is definitely awkward. But then again, the eyes have been awkward on everything I've made, and there's nothing I can do about it. Only thing I could maybe do with this model helmet is... Where are you at? I lower it a bit. Okay, that looks a little funky. Oh, it's big on him because you're expected to have... Yeah, rolling is definitely not an option for what I'm trying to build. The helmet's just too big on him, I think is... Oh, nope. There's what I'd want to do. I think that's pretty decent. Like, this zoomed in, it looks weird. But remember, the character's gonna be, like, that big. Oh, it's not bad. Now, obviously the colors are a bit weird. But that's pretty easily changeable. Partially because I can just go in here and... Oh look, green version. What texture are you supposed to be? Where do you map to correctly? Oh, I'm looking at... There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Excuse me. Pretty happy with it. That one, on the other hand, I think is good just as it is. Yeah. That to me is great as is. This shows up a bit too bright. Oh, probably because it's reflective. Woo. Well, that did the opposite of what I wanted. But yeah, it's all stuff I'll tweak later. I'm not concerned with getting that done today. And, for example, I don't like the polka dot look. I also don't love the shape itself of that one. Yeah, I'm gonna end up doing tweaking to a lot of this stuff. And I'm thinking the new plan for these assets is gonna take me a while to work with. Yep. I didn't import any weapons, did I? That's what I'm missing. Let's save this and make a new file. Just in case I mess something up. Import FBX. Body parts. Oh, did I not export any of the items? I did not. Okay. We'll just save that. Yeah, let's get the Unreal export done, and I think that's where I'll call it today. Hopefully today I won't mess up the stream ending like I did yesterday. Sorry, guys. Unreal while we're still young, please. Now let's see if there's any super good sales going on while that figures out what it's doing. Fanatical! Got any new game bundles? Let's see, Mystery Egg Bundle. Is this a new Prestige collection? I think it might be. We'll look at you in a second, Unreal. Yes, I think this is a new bundle. Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate. 8. What is this game? How have I never heard of it? In the skills, memories, and identities of fallen warriors throughout the world, combine their unique personalities and combat styles, switch between them seamlessly. Essences you absorb form your party. Deathbound features a robust party system that allows you to craft a playstyle through talent trees, seamlessly switch between fallen warriors to harness their skills and abilities. This sounds insanely interesting by that description. Very interesting sounding. So, Deathbound. Sounds like another game I've heard of. Came out not quite a year ago. Be positive. Huh. All right. Well, chat, I may have found our new break game. That sounds really interesting. It's gonna depend on what playable characters there are, though. Like, if it's all just sword and board characters, I don't care. But based on the description, it's not gonna be just that. Pyramids and Aliens Escape Room? Oh my goodness, chat. Oh my goodness, chat. Pyramids and Aliens Escape Room. Yes, please. Unironically, I am going to buy this. Just FYI. Yeah, I'm just gonna send that bundle over to my personal account. Do. Because that sounds amazing. For reference, I'm a big fan of Stargate SG-1, which is basically aliens and pyramids in space. So the in space might be redundant with aliens, but you get the idea, chat. That is a fascinating style. I think it would make me nauseous, but it is a fascinating choice. This is an interesting bundle. Or it's weird calling this a bundle when it's like you build your own bundle. I mean, I guess that is the name here. Build your own bundle. Okay. We've taken a decent look at that bundle. Is there anything else real quick? Sovereign Syndicate. Oh, can't show that. But sure. Sorry guys, you'll have to look that up on your own if you're old enough. Base building, colony sim, not my kind of thing. Oh no, high octane action roguelike. No thank you. I'm making something like that. I don't want to buy something like that. Oh yeah, of course Warhammer 40k we can't look at. It's way too mature. Lots of body horror and fantasy violence in that franchise. Whirl with a gun. Well. Yeah, might have to pick that one up too. I know we haven't gotten a ton of progress this week, Jeff, but tomorrow might be a day of just trying out some of these games. Because this looks amazing. In the worst possible way. Let's see, what else we got in here? Tabletop, wargame. Yeah, maybe. Indie Legends. Warhammer 40k Battle. That is. Build your own Bethesda, Platinum. There's a lot here I have missed. Action. Oh, no, I don't want a mystery. Build your own Easter bundle. Okay, we can look through those. Any asset bundles I care about. Nope. What are these? Okay, so this is all for one game, it looks like. Nope, all for 2 games. 3 games? Small collection of games that are all similar style that require far too much patience for Dum Dum. Ooh. Ooh, this is a bundle and a half. Chat. If you don't own these games, go grab this bundle, because holy heck. You buy 7 games, it's $2 a pop. Witness, an amazing puzzle game that you've seen me play on stream before. Very difficult, but solid puzzle game. Chronicon. It's an action RPG, very minimalist graphics, with some of the best skill trees in all of action RPGs. I adore this game. The graphics are, you know, bleh. But if you're okay with lame graphics, this game is fantastic. Link? Sure. So it's just the Indie Legends bundle on Fanatical. I'll link it in the Discord. Where am I gonna put this in the Discord? Community chat. Nah, we'll put it in gaming. There we go. Never used Fanatical? I've never had a problem with them, and their build your own bundles can result in insanely good prices. Braid is hailed as one of the best early indie titles. This is from the era when Xbox 360, the live arcade, started really growing an indie scene on that platform. And Braid is a very solid side-scrolling platformer with time manipulation. And I don't want to tell you much more than that because it is so worth a playthrough. Even if you don't go for all the secrets, just a basic playthrough is awesome. And being able to get it for, even if you don't get a bunch of games, $2.50 for Braid is an absolute steal. I'm tempted to get it even though I already own it on another platform just so I can have it on Steam. That's crazy. I'm not familiar with a lot of these others though, but I will certainly be taking a look at them. That's so cool. Let's see, Warhammer 40K. Oh, these are the old school 40K games. RTSs. Or turn-based? Oh, they're turn-based. I've never seen a game that controls quite like this. It's like the map is designed as maybe a real-time strategy map, but you control the units in turn-based. Huh. I'm guessing it's just a digital recreation of the tabletop game. Or as close as they can get. Star Wars. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be willing to pick up this bundle. Because a lot of these games are very, very old. Like, a lot of them are solid games, but they are very dated. And the highlights from this bundle that I would recommend, you can end up getting cheaper by just getting them individually on a good sale. Like, Jedi Academy. Fantastic game. You can probably pick it up for like $2.50 somewhere. Let me just find that for you. We're talking sales. There you go. Let me disable that for a second. Wow, my guess that you could get it for $2.50 was pretty good. Yeah, GOG or Steam. That's there's your answer. I think for this bundle, I would recommend buying just individual items that you want, because you'll end up spending less and getting more value out of it. Unless, of course, you know you want to buy all of these. Obviously, then it might be worthwhile. Okay. 4, 12, 16... Wait. Yeah, okay, so if you know you would play all of these, then it's worth it. But I would not be someone who would do that. Yeah, this is one of the bundles Fanatical puts together that I consider a catch-up bundle. Like, let's say there's a property or a company that you haven't really followed and you've decided you want to get into. These bundles are great for catching you up and filling in your collection. Like, Dishonored. Dishonored 2. Wait, Dishonored not in this? That's Death of the Outsider. Not interesting. So Dishonored is not actually part of this, but Death of the Outsider, Dishonored 2, Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout 3 and 4. Like, if you, for some reason, haven't been up on these franchises, then this is a great way to cheaply get a whole bunch of games from these franchises. But I think most people will have at least tried a game of these franchises. Platinum Collection. Lego Brick Tales. Meh. Beyond Galaxyland. Yeah. Oh no. It's one of these games that's super artistic and I'm never going to be able to tell foreground from background. Oh no. I will say, the byline there absolutely is catered to me. Star Wars meets classic Final Fantasy. Well, you're speaking my language. But no, I don't think that's for me. Forgotten City's a cool concept. You have to investigate what's going on in this city that's in like a pocket dimension separated from the rest of the world. And if ever any sin occurs in this city, everything ends and time resets and you have to do it again. So, for example, if you walk over and break a pot, I don't think you can actually do that, but as an example, you go break a pot, world ends. You walk over and assault someone, world ends. An NPC decides to steal something, world ends. So you've got to actively prevent the characters in this town from committing sins while you're investigating, which I think is a pretty cool concept. It can be a little tricky in some instances to figure out what the game considers to be a sin, but most of them are pretty obvious. Huh. Yeah, these are a bunch of new bundles that I've just skipped checking out. Pretty cool. This. Oh my goodness. It looks like claymation. That's adorable. What kind of gameplay? Uh-oh. I don't like the idea of button sequences. Turn-based strategy platform or tactical RPG. Oh, it's a CRPG. It's not, Oh, that looks... Tell me that doesn't look exactly like Super Mario RPG. Just try and tell me that. I have to take a look at that one for myself, too. Because I am an absolute fanatic for Super Mario RPG. So, the idea of finding a game that is even a fan-made spiritual successor to it, just right up my alley. Yeah, I don't want to spend a ton of time looking through every single bundle, but Fanatical always has great prices if it's a bundle that's in your wheelhouse. Okay. Meshes, let's talk. Weapons. There you all are. Backpacks are considered a weapon. Alright, game. Or, alright, artist. You've made choices. Understand. I don't agree with that choice, but you have made choices. Hmm. One thing that just occurred to me. I'll need to make pairings of certain weapons in order to simplify my renders. Otherwise, the level of complexity is going to just balloon. Because I'm already going to have to make a few different versions of each of the parts of the model for what I'm planning. I should do my best to limit that as much as possible. Yes, use bulk export. Hooray! Let's do this. I'm kind of spent for the day after struggling with Blender. So, let's just double check that export is actually done. Game, meshes, weapons. Okay, we're good there. Let me make sure I've actually exported all the things I need. Stage, don't need. Did all the modular body parts. Didn't realize that was pink hair, but cool. One thing I need to keep a bookmark of. Modular. Okay, Dungeon Mason. Why is this one so expensive? Oh, and it's not the right style for what I'm doing anyway. The only reason I would consider grabbing one of these is for the weapon collections. Would that... Ooh, here. The character model I have right now does not have any spear attacks. Huh. Interesting. I wonder, can these animations be used over there with minimal modification. I can test that. Very interesting, though, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these are included. 2 not. Very interesting. Go ahead and just bookmark the store. There it is. And this is the one that I definitely want. At some point. Not right now. Because this guy will render great, and a bunch of the pieces here can probably be swapped around. Also worth asking the question, can the animations be swapped between the two models? Possibly. I'm hoping this uses the same modular structure, because if it does, I can just snap these pieces into the other file, and it'll be ready to go. Nope. Not gonna work completely because those sleeves are bulkier. There's a lot to consider for whenever I expand into this model. And I shouldn't try to solve all that right now. Because I don't want to break my brain today. That's been bookmarked, and we're good. And before we leave, let's check out Humble, see if they've got anything interesting in their bundles. And that'll do it. Metroidvanias, you know I love. XCOM complete. Right? I'm not looking at the Tycoon games. If you like Tycoon games, you know that bundle's there for you. It is not for me. Software. Well, unfortunately, for me purchasing this bundle, I already own most of this. One of the highlights I'm going to call out here, Monster Sanctuary is one of the best creature collecting games I've ever played. It's very difficult in terms of the combat, but I guess I can call it a gimmick, or core mechanic outside of the combat is as you collect and raise the monsters, they are your movement abilities to traverse the world. So for example, as you get a bird, you can use it to glide a little bit. There's another creature that can break rocks. Very, very, very cool game. And I could not give a higher recommendation if you enjoy Metroidvanias or creature collectors. And if you enjoy both, obviously you know this game is made for you. Well, if you needed to catch up on your XCOM collection, this is quite the bundle. Wait, $10 for everything. Jeez. Practically giving away. Doom and Wolfenstein aren't really my speed for games, but definitely a solid price if you want to get into it and don't own any of these. Yeah, that's kind of the big problem with franchise bundles in general, is the people who are most likely to buy a franchise bundle are the people who already own a few games from a franchise. So the value of the bundle is dramatically decreased for those people. And now this is just, to me, a weird thing that is included in bundles nowadays. Coupons as part of the bundle you're buying feels super weird to me. What is this? Purchasing back, people unlock items, wash to I don't know what this bundle is. There's a lot happening in here. Yeah, I don't know what this bundle is. It's Twin Sails Interactive. That's all I know for sure. Ah, yes, bunch of Unreal assets. As much as I'd love to start buying Niagara simulation assets, I'm not convinced I would be able to figure out a way to export them. Like, the way you'd want to do it is pre-render some of this stuff. And then, like, you'd want to pre-render the pieces and then recreate the Niagara simulation with Godot particle emitters. And I'm not convinced that I, Dum Dum, would be able to do that effectively. But man, if you are working in Unreal Engine, these are some beautiful assets that you can just use. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out... There's gonna be a huge learning curve for some of these particle effects that I want in my game. Aw, these are cute. And now we see Nightmare Fuel. And I'm not talking like the zombie or anything, I'm talking this one right here. These characters look terrifying. I apologize to the artist, but you made a thing. That's about all I can say there. or this one? Chat, do you want this in the game? Is this the game you want? No? I will say, what is going to be super fun is once I finish the core game, throwing in random nonsense afterward, potentially like this in some bonus content. Not this specifically, but just random nonsense. Like, once you're just having fun with adding weird stuff to your game, that's gonna be a lot of fun. Since with the with my rendering pipeline, basically any animated 3D model I could technically put in my game as a sprite sheet, no matter how wonky or terrifying it might look. Just saying. Yeah. Or, you know, there's always these. Oh man, if you want to make just a super janky nightmare fuel game, boy do I have a bundle for you. Like, no hate, art. No hate at all. Like, your cityscapes and buildings and stuff are adorable and amazing. Your NPCs are they will haunt my dreams for decades to come. That's the best description I can give. Alright, that's enough fun in games. Let's see. We are done for the day. Made some good progress in getting the model over into Blender, getting all the animations synced up right. We are in a good spot to start testing cutting the model in half tomorrow. And I think that's all I'm gonna try to plan for tomorrow. I don't want to overload this week, and I want to have realistic expectations. So if I can get just that test finished tomorrow, I'll be very happy. This is a big test. That's a tricky one. Let me do this. Test porting animations from free trial models onto, what was it called? Oh, what is it called? PBR. I want to grab that because I need to make sure the model can have some sort of spear attacks. Because I want to be able to have a spearman in the game. Like, I feel like that's kind of a necessity for the style of game I'm making. There's gonna have to be a spearman at some point. Now, if that becomes something along the lines of I use a one-handed spear and I use like a wand animation and somehow make that work, maybe that's the answer. but I'd really like to be able to get a proper two-handed spear animation. Anyway, that's what's on my mind for that. That's what we're going to call it for today. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe there's someone out there you know that's trying to learn coding or game development, and maybe they want to learn alongside us. And also, special thank you to those of you supporting me over on Ko-fi. You guys are the reason I can keep on doing this, so thank you so much. Above all of that, everyone, I hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.